Oksana, you were headed towards the window?
Yeah, she will turn from Ismark and go to open the window.
Yeah, you're just hearing Ismark knock at the door and almost whispering in a way to be respectful of your space, and it almost drowns out as you get closer to the window. And at the window, you see the wolf step back, almost giving you time to open up the window and space to as well.
She will open it and just step to the side so it can climb in.
The wolf steps inside and it jumps um, onto the wooden floor, and as it hears the knocks, you see that it almost scurries into a corner that's dark. Again, you lose sight of where the wolf is, um, and then eventually you hear Ismark, um, you know, give one last good knock. Oksana, I wanted to check in on you. I'm opening the door. Um, it's just to make sure you're okay.
I'm, I'm fine. Please don't.
Okay, that's that is rude. Yes, I just want to make sure you were fine. I heard you guys had um, a time today, so I appreciate you, and I'll see you later. And Ismark will step away. You'll see the um, uh, fireplace is lit, um, and it gives way for more areas in the room to be just a tad bit darker, a tad bit more shaded in the light that's in the room, and the it almost seems like the shadow moves, and it moves closer to you, almost near the wardrobe, and it says, coming from the darkness, it says, "But you aren't, are you?"
I think I made a mistake.
Why?
I gave it to Irene and I thought it would help, but it didn't, and I shouldn't have. It would have worked if I was meant to.
It did help. It helped gain her trust, and it helped her gain yours, no?
Um, I suppose I don't know if she's still upset. The the Doru in the basement, he should have just stayed. We wouldn't have had to do anything if he would stay.
That boy was cursed a long time ago. He was attempting to run away from a fate that was signed at his birth, much like all who come to Barovia. And you'll see the shadow begin to move closer. It's almost like it's separating from the wall and stepping closer to you. Um, it's this shadow's almost like it's covering a larger, like 5 foot space. It seems to just suck in the light that's around it. Um, but you almost see like the footsteps, like, walk towards you for a moment until the rest of the shadow catches up. You gave your blood, but not just to Irene. I could see it in your eyes. You're tired.
I know. I'm not supposed to.
It is your own blood, Oksana. It is yours to give to as you wish. Who put these rules on you and in your heart?
The family, they take care of me. It's for my own good.
No. Well, it was for their good. The family, not your family. You were used, but slowly you are starting to see that what you have, what it can do, is yours to choose. But you must be wary of those around you still. For they could use it against you. For if the wrong person found out, they could take it from you. Again. Apply new rules. Have you called them family? You must be stronger than that. Do you wish to be stronger than that, Oksana?
I know you said you understood, so you know that it's for the best if I don't choose, if it's not what I meant to do.
What do you want to do?
Is he still fully in shadow? Can I see him at all, or is he still just a shape?
Yeah, it's just a silhouette. You can't make it out. Like, almost like the light flickers, and it'll maybe begin to start showing something humanoid in nature, but you really can't grasp a lot of features from it.
Yeah.
But you can see where the hands are, and where the head is, where the shoulders are, but
I am going to use thaumaturgy to dim the fireplace to see if that clears him at all. It feels like she's being tested, like she has been before, but it doesn't make sense with the other things she said, so she needs to see his face or try to know if he's testing her or not.
When you say tested, what do you mean tested? In the beginning, when the first time you met him?
Just that he's been very empathetic, but at the same time, it's like the first time a friend tells you you don't have to listen to your parents.
Mm-hmm.
It's like trying to gauge the answer that he wants.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay. But you're gonna dim the fire?
Yeah, to see if, without harsh shadows being cast, if she'll have a chance to see something before it lights up again.
Yeah, pretty much all that happens is you see the darkness kind of take more space around him. Um, uh, it's pretty much all you see. It just takes up more space. And with that space, he'll begin to walk around the room, and he'll say, "You've already decided to use it with the man of the house, with Irene. In all of these, there was no moment where you were seeking approval. You did it because you wanted to, and you make reason for it, for helping others. It is a good thing, and it is blood from a good heart. But this place, Barovia, is not for you. With the souls that you walk with, it will tear them apart. If it has not started pulling at the strings already. I don't want you to fall with them. But
do you know how we could leave? Everyone says you can't. That they're stuck. I don't understand what we're supposed to do.
This land is a grave for those who don't fight back. And for those who are fools, fighting does not matter. You must flee this town, at least. I've heard whispers of a growing mob that seek to take control of this town. And their first order would be to place blame that now sleeps in this house. I can't tell you how to survive and how to make it out of Barovia. But I can tell you this place is no longer safe. There should be allies elsewhere. And it'll move towards the window. But along allies or traitors or spies are folks who, with your golden blood, would turn it against you. Mind yourself, Oksana.
Why are you helping me? I'm grateful. I don't mean to say that I'm not, but why?
You remind me of someone a long time ago. I guess I wish to be reminded longer. Be well, Oksana.
Thank you. We're going to Vallaki. If it's not safe here, you should leave too.
Because I will be far from here. But I'll always be closer than you think. And you'll see it open the door, and you almost see like as though the darkness kind of steps out, but then with it, almost like pop pads hit the roof next to it, and then you just hear scurrying again. It's like a wolf trying to, or like some sort of creature trying to get out of sight. And then all that blows in is wind now.
She won't try to see him again. She'll just close the window and snuff the fire and just sit in the dark.
Wonderful. Everyone else, it is, I believe the attempt here is that you guys would want a, maybe a short rest, because we're not getting a long rest. So, is that correct? Okay, cool. Place that song. Perfect. So everyone on your character sheets, please go to the short rest button. If you're gonna rest now, hit that short rest. Hit that subscribe.
Since Rayfield was unhurt and didn't expend much during the earlier battle, instead of taking and knowing that Calm was mostly fine as well.
I need my spell slots. Keep that man away from me.
Well,
Keep that man away from me.
Because Rayfield is fine, he's gonna assume that everything is fine. He will, even if she doesn't answer, he will give a knock to her door.
Yeah, do you want to open it?
Good Lord, Calm.
Calm turns from tending to chef. This is really what she's doing.
Calm. It's me.
She'll go up to the door. She won't turn the handle though. Not now, Field.
I just. You said when we had a moment, we would talk.
And we don't have a moment.
All right. Is Chef in there with you? How is he?
He is still unconscious.
I see. All right. Perhaps I will scour the house a bit. We do need provisions for our upcoming journey, so perhaps I can find some medicinal elements as well while I look that perhaps could help him.
Okay. Ismark said he'd do the same.
All right. Rest well. Calm.
That's where they part, I believe.
And Rayfield is gonna look at Irene's room for a moment before getting into the kitchen area. And I while the others rest, he'll spend his short rests amount of time, looking around the house, seeing what they could possibly use for their upcoming journey.
Yeah, sorry, where are you
Vito's
looking?
gone.
So Judo's just going to be looking around the house for like provisions, supplies, stuff they could use for their upcoming trip.
Oh,
Instead, because he doesn't need to actually. He's good.
okay. Yeah, right on. So, if you were to be moving around the house while everyone's on their break,
Yep.
you would eventually catch Ismark. You would catch Ismark upstairs, and you would see him gathering items uh, from his room and bringing them out in his hands, almost like they're gonna fall over. Um, Ismark steps
Oh,
out.
my lord, let me help you.
Oh, please,
He'll go to
right this one
grab
here,
some of the things.
and then
Yeah, of
he'll
course,
say, "Thank you, Rayfield."
of course.
Um,
Supplies for the trip, I gather.
yeah, some things, some rations, stuff that I kept as in case of emergency for Irina, but it's a different kind of emergency. But nonetheless, I'm happy to give them to you all to at least make way to Vallaki as best fit as possible. Um,
Yes, we are very grateful. I was wondering, um, would you be able to perhaps spare some sets of clothing as well for our journey? I
uh,
don't imagine you and I share a size, but I believe most of us only have the clothes in which we arrived.
um, absolutely. Well, I can. Um, do you mean like fine clothes? Do you mean?
Just any common clothes.
Sorry, I disconnected.
I
Could you say again?
um common clothes, traveling clothes, just something for the road, something to get us out of what we've been wearing for the past few days.
I see.
With the rain and the goings on, our single outfits have become quite run.
Okay. Very well. Um. So I have some clothes here that we pretty much do not use, but if you're traveling the road, it's important to stay armored, Rayfield. Um,
Yes, of course.
just keep in mind that I think that would fare you better. But um, yeah, I can scrounge some things together, um, and I'll set them with Irina. Uh, this way, she can make sure that they're all clean and um, ready for you.
Thank you very much. Have you had a chance to talk to the father yet, my lord?
No, I have not. I immediately went to grab some, I don't know, some supplies to help with Calm, or with rather with Chef. Hopefully, Irene, if she has any injuries, but I'll be.
Have you spoken to? And he's gonna get a look over his face. Have you spoken to Irene since we got back?
Um,
How was she? Did
I thi-
she seem?
she was okay. She was better than I had thought,
Thank goodness.
but she is obviously troubled. Um, so I've given her time, and I'll allow her to work out whatever is whatever it is that she's been through. Same with Oksana.
Of course. Yes. Do you think that's what she needs? Time. That is. I I don't have many points of knowledge in such a thing. I, I care for her greatly, but my way of care has always been shown through words, and I'm not entirely sure that would be helpful at the moment.
Well, you're a baronet. Of course, it's words. With me, I'm brash and I'm hard-headed, and I'll beat my head against the door. And if you don't want me to speak to you, then I'll walk away. Um, and maybe there's advantages there, but I don't know. The way she spoke, she just needed a moment to gather herself. And with Irina, strong a woman as she is, I kind of saw that same look in her eye a couple of times in our past. So I left her to it.
I see. One other thing, and then perhaps I will see myself off. Do you perhaps have any scripture or books relating to the city we will be attending soon? I must say my power has always come through knowledge, but in this land I am bereft of anything. I would like to know as much as I can about what we are to come to.
I know some things of Halaki. Some things that my father told me, but of course we didn't write it down because usually knowledge is power, especially in these lands.
Of course.
So, if you walk with me, I can tell you some things.
Yes, please, and allow me to attend you and help you with the gathering as we go.
And so you'll be moving around and grabbing some things, and while going around the house, I'll tell you. So, Valaki is a town, one of several towns that should exist still in Barovia. And when I say should, it is no surprise to you that we may not have been the only town that has stood up against Rod. So, perhaps we are also not the only ones that he had eventually showed whatever kind of mercy this is. However, Valaki has been around for a long time. A lot of old families are from Valaki. There are, for example, the Baron, the Burgomaster there. The Burgomaster there, his family, among other families, have been, testing for power, control of Valaki, but his has been the longest lasting. And I will give you the name right now when I remember it. So he will. So he will talk. He will tell you. Firstly, the town should have some sort of military, as that town is fortified usually and potentially, and from the stories that my father has told me in his last travel there many years ago, mind you, that they have very strict permission to entry. They take tax in form of silver. That in order to enter in, you must pay that before, and that there are, I believe he said, festivals almost every week. Festivals not just to spread cheer, of course, but to let Strahd and let any other parties that were running Barovia at the time, Rahadin, obviously, that they stand still proud. And it's a wonder that they have not yet been destroyed, but that must mean that it's working, right? Well, with that, the town itself has several shops, several tradesmen, but they do not trade with any outsiders. As far as I know, Vistani, who still lay in this land, um, Vistani are outlawed. They're not to be trusted, at least from them. I will tell you, and I'm sure you already know that, there are definitely some Vistani who cannot be trusted. But I can't get past this suspicion that there's something more with this Vistani. And that maybe they aren't evil, but perhaps they're, I don't know, indebted or something to Bride and to the devil himself. I couldn't be sure.
Do you know anything of the people that run the city or the village?
Yes,
sir?
yes, sorry. Got ahead of myself. There's the Baron.
This is all excellent information.
Sure. There's the Baron, Valakovich. Of course, that's the name of the town, and it has been held that way for a long time. There is another family name there that my father told me was a strong point. Wachter. Wachter House? I don't know, he spelled it in a peculiar fashion. Wachtererhaus. Wachter House? Wachters? I couldn't tell you, but he mentioned that. He mentioned that was also a strong family. But yes, so far it belongs to Baron Valakovich. He said that Baron Valakovich was very respectful to him, but beyond him, he was rude, mean. That weirdly and oddly enough, that even with all of his quips and all of his anger, everyone around it would smile. So he must have been some type of baron. Can I tell you, it's all sort of getting foggy for me.
No, of course. As I said, anything more that we could learn of these new lands that we have entered is absolutely worth the time. Do you have any, forgive me if I ask too much, do you have any, as I said, books or perhaps even maps of Barovia? Anything perhaps we could use to familiarize ourselves during our travels?
Maps are going to be hard to give you with all accuracy, if I'm being truthful. As many had burned maps, many barons before us, before our house even, as though reason being that they would be used to escape, or that they could be used to, show, potential fallacies to anybody who lived to see it, who attempted to maybe grow the town or whatnot. But here's what I can tell you certainly. From this town, and he'll, grab a paper maybe, or ink. Well, I don't know if you have one on you, but he would say, if you don't mind me.
Anything, of course. I shall copy it down.
He'll paint a kind of a crude circle. He'll just paint a circle, and he'll put, okay, so if we are here, and he'll draw the northeast, southwest up at the top, and he'll say, if we're here, then you're going to want to head west. West, you'll encounter a bridge. This bridge basically escapes the town of Barovia, the village there, rather. But from there, you're in the woods, the Svalich Woods, and he'll spell that Svalich. In the Svalich Woods is more of the most treacherous journey that you have probably ever experienced. Of course, there's not many horses to go around, and there's even less carriages, which surprised me, which is why you all rode in on one. And he says, and we're sorry we had to break it down for scrap, because nonetheless it did help the barricades. And he says, that being said, you'll be on foot. You'll head through the Svalak Woods, and eventually you'll reach some sort of hangman's area. Used to be where we would take people out of town a long time ago, to have them hung alongside a graveyard. He goes, and in the middle. Oh wait, hold on. He says, maybe it's after. Yes, after. Well, after that, there'll be a cutoff, kind of a dirt road into the trees that lead north. And that there will lie, potentially, and as I've heard and as I've thought I've seen sometimes in my journeys out there, especially recently with Gertruda, colorful tents. This is a sign that the Vistani are there. Now, by the time you reach there, depending on what time you leave, for example, in the morning, if you were to leave, then you should probably gain your rest there. The Vistani themselves are, albeit a bit untrustworthy, but maybe not all of them. Some of them might be useful. And, of course, they are not attacked here. They are not imposed upon by wolves or bats or any other creatures. They are almost untouchable here.
Do they swear allegiance to Strahd?
I suspect it. I suspect that, much like other adventurers I have heard travel here, I have had the pleasure to have met, that they were brought here by Vistani. Somehow the Vistani disappeared in front of them, and now they're here left to their own devices.
It's almost like we're cattle for them.
Yeah. Perhaps even payment. Because but this doesn't happen very often, and usually when it does, it's all around the same time. We've had several different characters come through. You haven't been the only Baron I have seen from an outside land. All sorts of characters, adventurers, really. Some cut down sooner than the others, but usually they all head west.
And what is in the other directions, my lord?
Well, north of here, obviously, is going to be the stretch of woods, maybe a path that leads to Castle Ravenloft. But you won't be heading there. To our east, it seems like endless woods. It would be, you would eventually be met with if you were to travel the road, you'd be met with a statue, with two statues, two large and grand statues of these knights, I believe. Because beyond that, I couldn't tell you. And beyond that, I would encourage you not to attempt to go and travel. As soon as you see the mist, and I hope you know what I mean, not the one that just creeps on the floor, the one that is thick. This uninviting mist, this one is deadly. This is what people believe they could run into and step out of and be back into town, be back into whatever hometown they're from, where they think they'll hold their breath.
We encountered this when we were at the manor, before we arrived in the town. The mist that surrounded us, I was traveling with two knights in service to my baron. They themselves went into the fog and did not come back. And it was the same fog that took us to the manor, or rather, pushed us in the direction of it, in fear of going into it ourselves.
Yes, and this was after the Vistani had vanished.
Yes, yes.
I understand. A story I'm all too familiar with. And he says, you'll know when you see it, then next time, that you cannot head in that direction.
Yes.
Make sure you tell everyone here that if they think that they're, more clever, if they think that they're stronger willed, that they can hold their breath longer, that is all a lie.
We do have some more hard-headed folks among us, but I trust everyone to be smart enough to avoid such a thing, especially after what we saw at the manor.
Yes. As we spoke, I just
You know-
remembered the Vistani encampment, where they lie. So, he says, here, let me paint this, and he'll paint like a little dotted area that leads over to, like, through the woods. And he'll say, it's called Serpool. And he'll spell it out, Tser. Serpool is where they're located. And if you head forward and you head more east, you'll eventually reach Ser Falls. From that point, you'll continue moving on east and east and east. It may head north just a bit, but if you follow the road and the trail, you'll eventually pass a windmill. And then you'll eventually reach Vallaki. If you've made it to a bridge after the windmill, then you've gone too far.
What is past the bridge, my lord?
Beyond that, I couldn't tell you. My father told stories of other castles, other villages. I couldn't remember them, though he would. And to be honest, again, I'm no note taker, and I'm hard-headed as the folks that you just mentioned. I've forgotten it as something I think I'll never see. So I never cared to learn.
And as Rayfield is writing all this down, and as he says things that don't necessarily need to be transcribed, you'll see Rayfield start to copy his notes down onto another piece of parchment at the same time to make 2 copies.
Okay. Wonderful. And he says, that's all I have for you. It's just
a
enough
moment.
to get you to Vallaki.
He'll finish the second note, and with the first one more dried, he will roll it up and hand it to Ismark himself. Perhaps the time in these lands of oral tradition has passed. As both you and I have said and know, there is power in knowledge, and there is power in giving this knowledge to the people. Such things should not just be kept for me or for you. Such things should be known, so that anybody who knows it can be given a chance to live.
Sure. I appreciate it. I got better at explaining when the refugees started to, or rather when our people started to leave. Originally, before the attack started, many houses had grabbed all their gear and their stuff, saying that they would leave together, that it would be more threatening to whoever would attempt to pick them off. And I shared the information then, but I appreciate the map here. I just don't think I would have had enough ink for all of them. And he just thanks you, and he says, put this on my new desk.
Of course, somehow, he'll try to, just bring a little lightness to the conversation. He'll just say, somehow, through all of the stuff that I could have grabbed to take with me before we left the carriages, somehow my quill and my scrolls were among the first and only things I thought to grab. Lucky me.
Because you barons are always really prepared.
Somewhat less so, given this scenario, but yes, we try. And I am not a baron, sir, only a baronet.
Oh, yes,
For
of
now.
course, a baronet. Of course.
I don't think Kellis was done with his years quite yet. I would like to say I was on my way, but not being of his blood, you never know.
Because it's interesting. Are many of you not from the same blood? Baronets, I mean, is that a tradition?
Yes, so of the heraldry of the baron and most barons, I would say, the term baronet is actually one of those who takes after the baron but does not belong to his bloodline. Oftentimes, a baronet will serve as a hand or a guide to the baron's lineage as they grow older, having never taken any true power themselves. Baron Kellis, the man that I served, never bore any children. He would take children into his care, as he took me into his care, and would train them and give them knowledge and give them studies and tutors. Most that he would take eventually go to do of their own bidding. They would become great warriors or eccentric scholars, but he always kept me close, even as I grew older. And there'll be a hint of pride in Rayfield's voice as he says that. So, though it wouldn't be usual, having aired no children of his own, it seemed, at least to me, that perhaps the role might fall onto my shoulders one day, having already taken over many of his responsibilities.
Yeah. Because that's interesting. That's something to be proud of.
I would think so, but perhaps never. Well, let me not depress the conversation, but let us focus instead on seeing ourselves through this first, rather than a future that may not now come to be.
Well, and he'll finish grabbing the rest of the stuff that he needs. He says, "We were able to cobble together some potions." And he goes, "This way you can see yourself on some sort of travel. Hopefully speedy and safe travel."
Yes. Yes. Any reagents you might have of the alchemical variety would be most helpful. I myself am somewhat trained in these matters. I imagine not much is kept within the house, but of course, as with most, as I've said, anything would be useful. I still mean to talk to Irina about that which we used to fend off the undead, but that can be done on the road.
Of course, you'll have a lot of time, and you'll need something to talk about to get your mind off of the paranoia and all. And I don't mean to scare you when I say that, just it's good to be a bit paranoid.
Of course. In that same regard, these forests that we are going to enter, you called it treacherous, and I of course I believe it. I was hoping you might elucidate me somewhat on what you mean by that.
I would tell you that wolves are no surprise. You have the undead that I'm certain, even though they have been turned away here by a snap of the finger of the devil, that doesn't mean they veer too far off the roads. Beyond that, there are any manner of rumor and folk tales, probably between here and Vallaki, that you should heed, as usually they come from some sort of truth. The land you come from is nothing like ours, correct?
No, I cannot. We have hills and roads and towns, same as you, but beyond that, things are quite different here.
Well, then I would tell you that you need to be on your toes the entire journey. Even when you get to Vallaki. Even here. Many people talk about being spied upon, being stalked, and you should just mind yourself with that.
Of course. And we will, my lord. And thank you once again for all this information. I real quick, Judah, what was the name of the lady that Rayfield had an argument with?
Alenka.
As we were coming back to the manor, I had a brief, heated conversation with Olenka, and I've tried to instill in her some level of faith that you are doing what you believe is best, that I've tried to have her see you in the way that we all of this house and those good people of the town see you, as the man that is trying to protect them.
I appreciate it. I'm sure it was wasted air.
I fear it was wasted. And she seems to be gathering some amount of... She has some greater sway than might otherwise be known. And I just want you to be careful.
Because I appreciate it. Now, let's get this to calm. And
yes,
you guys take a break for a short moment so we can head over to the church.
Of course.
You'll then
please allow me.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, please, if you wouldn't mind, I would be happy to take the supplies to her.
And he says, yeah, absolutely. Where you're at, the window's cracked open, and you hear the church bell ring. Ding, ding, ding. And he says, it's been a minute since I've heard that. He must be ready then.
I was just to say myself, my lord, it is quite soothing with all we've been through.
Of course. He says, well, let's be on our way. And,
of course.
Yep. We'll take off.
And, Rayfield is just going to knock at Calm's door again, and she will just hear the sound of him setting something by the door. And then, he will go, he'll go back to his room, just for a bit.
Calm. You might be muted.
Me?
No, calm. Or Yasmin.
Oh, sorry. Uh, you'll hear that. She'll hear that. She was not sure who it was, but they're gone before she can open the door. Uh, take some medical supplies. And now she's turning to tend to Chef properly.
All right, chef, wake up.
Wake the fuck up, samurai.
Taking the oh good. Noise suppression's off. Alright. Chef will awaken quite the same as he did before, except this time his very quick rising up from his stupor will be cut off short by the pain that was caused by both his wound and the effects that that wound has done to him. He'll immediately recognize his surroundings and know that he is back in the manor, but he doesn't quite know what has happened to the rest of his friends. But he takes some measure of solace knowing that Calm is right beside him. He says, Calm, what happened? Is everyone all right?
Everyone is fine, Chef. Rayfield, you were seeing things. You were barreling through the town. Rayfield. Rayfield was the one to put you down before you hurt anybody.
The chef gazes steadily and then nods. I it's not hard to believe that was that those images used against me. It was like my own worst memories were being used as a weapon against me. And then he remembers the way Calm lunged at Doru. But he knows I think I like to think that Chef would know better than to accuse her and know that she had to have done it with reason. But he's not going to immediately dive in on that. He's going to instead look towards Calm and says, "And what of you, Calm? Are you all right?"
I took no injury in the battle.
Shep stares a little and says, "I can see that, but it is not what I meant. Did you saw something that I didn't see with Doru, did you not?"
Her face, her jaw kind of clenches. Still looks at him, but he doesn't speak further really.
Chef reaches an arm, knowing that Calm is probably going to yank it away, but he'll try all the same. "I am not accusing you of anything, Calm. I know you would not do something like that without sufficient reason. But if this is a conversation for another time, that is fine too. Just know that I do not blame you for what happened. For all I know, that fight was going to happen no matter what. I'm I'm not glad for it, but I am relieved at least that we were able to get the jump on him before he got the jump on us. And I'm glad it was you."
I think just kind of takes that for the moment and just the most she could offer is like a like as she sets herself down from her kneeling position. Uh, then she turns her gaze across him and then settles on his neck. Does it still hurt? Thanks.
Unfortunately so. I was not the only one to be branded. Hirone, is she suffering too?
I'm not sure. We haven't. We've all taken to going to our separate ways. Uh, we're all resting now.
Chef looks towards the direction of Irene's room with a worried look. I think it would be best if someone were to check in on her, if no one has done that yet.
I haven't heard anything in this room. Not even Rayfield, surprisingly.
Chef nods. Uh, then he looks back to Calm with a slight grin, pained and a little bit of sadness, but a grin all the same. But here I am with you again as my caretaker. I promise I'm trying not to make a habit of this, but I appreciate it all the same.
You are rather heavy.
Ah, ah, ah. My apologies, friend. I may need your help again, at least to get to her room. The effects, they're still very heavy on me. And he'll attempt to get up using the wall as a brace, just to attempt to give some slack to Calm, knowing that she absolutely needs it if she ended up carrying him all the way from town back to the manor again.
Tom isn't so exhausted. It was more drag, anyway. But she does come up under an arm to carry, to support him here.
Thank you, my friend. Lead the way, if you could.
I believe we're both going to check in on Irene now.
Okay. You and you might be muted. I don't know. So if you guys are both leaving, do you guys knocking on the door? Or?
Yeah. Chef will lightly knock, not knowing if Irene is asleep or awake, and whisper, Irene, my friend, it is me. They haven't put me down yet.
Irene is going to kind of turn her head towards the door. At this point, she's still on the floor with Beryl. She's been sort of just um, seeking solace in just his company, and she wipes away at her eye, and she goes, "Oh, uh, Chef, I'm glad to see that you're awake. Uh, I'm okay. I just I just need to be alone right now."
Chef nods understandingly, even though she can't see it. Of course, my friend. Please, take your time. I'll be around here in the morning. Not like I have the strength to go anywhere else.
Well, Chef, I'll see you guys shortly.
Rest well, my friend. He's going to look towards Calm, back at her room, and then just have a look. Uh, I suppose you wouldn't want to help me up to my room, or I could sleep outside yours. I would not want to take up all that space again. You need your rest too.
Tom just gives him a nod. Uh, braced against him still to help. The only reason she didn't do it before is that she was not carrying him up those stairs.
All right. That's understandable. All right. Where to? To outside your door, I imagine.
No, she just wordlessly carries like chefs back to his room. She's tired, clearly. Even less talkative than before. Not even telling him yes or no. Yep.
Hmm. Chef will notice the lack of communication, even for calm standards, and I think he'll just wait to be led to wherever he's going to be.
She's gonna just walk him all the way to his room from now.
Ah, out on the foyer is fine. I wouldn't want you to go up those stairs. Please take your rest, my friend.
We're going to your room, chef.
Uh, uh, are you sure, Calm? It's really no trouble.
I don't like to repeat myself, chef.
Chef will just swallow down both just the slightest hint of fear, but also his protest, and just let Calm do as she will. Ah, very well then. Thank you for the help.
Mm-hmm. She's already walking before he finishes speaking.
Ah, ah, please, hold on. I can't move as fast as I used to. Did we lose?
Where'd my teleporter go?
Where'd he go?
Where did my teleporter go?
My boy
Think
got
we're good
swallowed.
at it.
Who deleted it?
Wasn't me.
All right,
I just used it.
there you go.
Yeah. All right, forward he goes. Jesus, okay.
He had to pick the farthest room.
Chef grins a little and says, "Ah, victim of circumstances, yes?" Chef will attempt to lean on the wall to give, again, Calm some slack and say, "Ah, I believe this will be far enough. Thank you, my friend. Really, I am." And he looks down at the floor for a moment and says, "Is it an awful thing to say that out of everyone to get stuck in this hell with, I'm glad that it was you."
Kind of gives a wry look. Just
Chef will read this
up
and
to
say,
yourself.
You know what I mean. I don't mean I'm glad that you're stuck here with me. I'm just," and he scratches his head a little. Ah, I am glad for the proximity, if you will.
Just shakes her head a little bit. She's not exactly upset about it. But she does she offers a little the lightest chuckle as she does. And just turns to open her door chef's door for him. Get some rest, chef.
Chef will eye her a second, but he'll take her up on that and says, "Yes, thank you. I'll see you when I see you, I suppose." And I think Chef will collapse in an unceremonious heap into that bed.
Wonderful. Anything else from you, Calm?
Nope. She's just gonna make her way back.
Irene.
She
What's going on with you?
think think that Irene has just desperately needed some solitude. And she's just been processing everything that had happened. Um, and I think that she does a lot of deflection and almost like masking in front of other people so as to not worry other people or almost like detract the attention like away from her. And so when Chef is asking if she's all right and when Ismark is coming to check on her, she's sort of putting forth a facade of she's fine, she's okay. But in reality, the events um, that took place earlier had really, really affected her to her core. And I think that she's just at a point where all of these trials in the short time since they've come to Barovia, like it's just been too much for her and it's waning on her. And so she's just kind of taking time to herself in her room, trying to settle her emotions and just just settle herself in general because she knows that the journey is far from over and there is still much to do very, very soon.
Awesome. I appreciate that. All right. So if everyone took that short rest, we're gonna say the hour has concluded. Um, Many of you, anybody who has like a room with a window or whatever, probably heard the bell chime. Um, if not, you've definitely heard Irina and Ismark kind of running around, going up and down the stairs. You definitely hear that. Um, but yeah, about an hour has passed, and you guys know that it's about time to get together. As Irina calls out to the hallways, saying that if you want to attend, and she's yelling it, if you would like to attend, we're ready to go now. And Ismark and Irina will be downstairs in the foyer.
Chef will limp his way down the stairs because he would not dare miss this at all, despite himself, despite the state of himself.
Calm takes a little bit longer, but follows it up behind Irene.
Rayfield just seeing Oksana as they pass, as they're going down, remembering the hit she took in battle, will just take a look to see if he can see her arm where she got hurt and how it looks.
After the short rest, she's cleaned up, she's bandaged it, but she looks as well as you could expect as they get down. Certainly better than Chef and Irene are faring.
Regardless, he's just going to give a quick, Oksana, how are you feeling?
Oh, much better, my lord. Thank you. I'm fine.
Of course. I'm sorry for not sticking around longer. Is Irene, and he'll say this before they get down to the whole group. Irene, how did things end up?
Oh, she was just upset. I think she just needed a break. You could always speak to her, but I'm sorry, I don't know beyond that.
Do you think it would be wise? I spoke to Lord Ismark just a while earlier, and he said perhaps she would prefer not to be spoken to at the moment.
Oh, he I'm sure would know best. So if that's what he advised, I suppose that would be correct.
Forgive me for being blunt on such a thing, but how would you, as a how would you prefer in this regard if this were you?
Oh, I'm sure you would have something to say that would be helpful. So if you thought it was best, then I'm sure it would be good to talk.
He's just gonna look at her for a second. Okay. Thank you very much, Oksana. Let's head down.
Yes, of course.
Ismark will see all of you showing up, and he'll say, "Oh, wonderful. I believe my father wanted to best me with just one more time. Could I have some help carrying this?" He's essentially asking you guys to be, like pallbearers of some sort, of which they only need 4. You'll see Irina's on one side and Ismark's on the other. He's just asking for 2 more to help him carry this, like, kind of makeshift casket.
Irene will step forth and she'll get on the side to which she's needed.
Anyone
Khan
else?
will take the other side.
Okay, wonderful.
I was gonna
Chef
say,
will take the rear.
Sure. You guys will lift the casket and be on your way. The doors are open. Those that aren't carrying it close the doors, and you guys are walking on your way over to the church. On your way to the church, there are several people standing outside, kind of watching you on the road, walking out. Some people who know what happened, some people who care to show their respect, at least here on the streets, up to the church. You'll see as it gets closer and closer to the church, there's less and less folks waiting. And eventually you make it to the front door of the church. And when you do, when you make it there, did I hide the church from you guys? I did. It's no worries.
kind of dark out.
No worries. It's all good. So we don't need the church. maybe refresh if you guys haven't seen that it's closed on you now.
Mhm.
As you make your way to the church, you'll see that Ismark and Irina curve to the left to head towards the gate that leads to the cemetery in the back. And he'll ask a few of you. He says, "I still haven't seen the father yet. If you all, well, maybe he's in the cemetery." And you guys will make it into the cemetery, and you'll make it over to a plot of land that looks like it's already been prepared. You'll see Ismark familiarly grab the shovel that you could tell he had just that he had dug this hole recently, and he says, "Okay, well, I just need to move some stuff to the side here," and he starts, shoveling a bit more, and he says, "Perhaps you all could get the father from the church."
Yes, and please, my lord, perhaps I could take over your duties, the shoveling.
He goes, "I appreciate it. Thank you, Rayfield." And you see, it's starting to get to Irina, and you'll see Ismark will just, like, walk up to Irina while you're doing that, and he's just, like, hugging her, and they're waiting for whoever's going to go get the father. Who's going?
I guess Oksana will go fetch him.
Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Perfect. Is Oksana the only one going? Whoops.
I think everyone else is holding the.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
You guys would set it down.
Yeah.
You guys would set it down next to the
awesome.
ground, waiting. If anyone wants to go. That's fine. No worries. Oksana? Alright. Go ahead. Oksana, you're going alone? Perfect. So, you're on your way into the church. You have to walk around still. And as you're walking around, you eventually open the door that was once shut tightly. In the church, this still that musty odor is filling the air. Still that decayed odor. When you walk in, you don't see the father. You don't see him like in the side rooms or anything like that. You don't see him definitely kneeling down over by the pews. You do hear like almost like a rhythmic creaking of sorts coming from deeper into the church. What would you like to do?
She will head further in and just, Father, Irina and Ismark are here. They, if you're able, they're hoping to have the service.
Eventually, the rhythmic creaking sound becomes more audible over this oppressive quiet. And as you move closer to the source, you see suspended from the bell rope, swaying gently with each draft of whatever stale air passes through the church, is the lifeless body of Father Dodovich. The rope is looped tightly around his neck. The skin beneath it is darkened and bruised. You see the bell above that he's attached to is cracked and tarnished. It's silent now since its last ringing. You see the floor beneath him. You'll see that there is a note on the ground underneath him. you'll see the ground beneath them is a note. The note is fitted into a page or like a section of a book. This book that one would read last rites from. Almost written over the book and the pages itself, you'll see it says, "Forgive me." The father is hanging, and beneath him are notes. Or is a note.
Is he low enough that Oksana would be able to scramble and try to cut him down in case he's still alive somehow?
You would see that there is like this ladder nearby that was kicked, so you could get on the ladder. If you wanted to, you'd have to stand at the very top of it to attempt to cut him down if you had a blade of some sort.
She just has a dagger, so that she'll climb up and do her best.
Sure.
Just if there's any hope he's still alive.
Sure. Give me a fear check just because you walked in on this. Or sanity check.
4.
Alright, you fail. So you crawl up there and you cut him down. You would know if you cut him down, there's going to be a loud thud on the ground.
I think with that failure, that is the only action she can think to take.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, you attempt to cut out the rope, and the rope's a little coarse, and eventually you get through it, and the body hits the ground and lands on top of the notes.
I assume it's just a horrible thud and crunch as he's just fully dead weight now.
Yeah, it is a thud, and you almost expected to hear some sort of breath or some sort of exasperation, but it never meets your ears.
I think then the reality finally sinking in, she'd start to scream, just panicked and terrified, knowing that they all heard him die and did nothing, assuming it was a good thing.
When you hear the scream, you'll see Ismark and Irina kind of perk their ears up. Everyone else, you guys hear the scream as well, come from the church. From the church, as you look at the church, you look where the scream came from. You will see that it was definitely Oksana screaming from inside the church. Ismark and Irina will begin to start moving.
Yeah, they're gonna run over there. Or Rayfield's gonna run over there.
Chef, with flashes of the fight against Doru still fresh in his mind, is gonna immediately start charging, readying his cloud rune to take any hits that he can as he goes straight through the doors.
Tom is just behind everybody.
This is Irene.
Drawing his sword.
Okay. You'll see really macabre sight as Oksana is where is Oksana as this body is laid. It had crashed down and is now just sprawled onto the ground. You see a rope hanging from the bell, although it looks like it had been freshly cut. Doesn't have its natural handle to it.
I think she's just trying to half lift his body and pull the book out from underneath him. Just a crumpled, horrible mess in a way that a living person shouldn't fall and bend.
Yeah, as everybody walks in, give me a sanity check.
That's a 12 from Rayfield.
All right, you fail.
18 from Chef.
All right, you
That's
pass.
a 3 from Calm.
Calm, you fail.
18 for Irene.
You said a 15?
Sorry, that's a 19.
Okay, 19. Awesome, you pass. All right. You guys see the collapsed body of Father Donovich. You guys see Oksana attempting to grab something from underneath him. You guys paint the scene in your head pretty quickly as to what happened here.
Chef, with resolution and understanding in his eyes, knowing that the knowledge of a father's child dying, surrounded by all the horrors that they've been surrounded by, he knew that it would take the will from any normal man instantly, and his rune will stop charging, knowing that there's no danger, but he'll still rush to Oksana's side, just trying to yank her away from the corpse of the father who lay dead now, and just try to hug her through it all, just make himself known that there's someone else amidst the horrors of that made itself known inside the church now. Just make Oksana know that she isn't alone, and she won't be for whatever happens afterward.
I think she's just shaking the book and just the crumpled note in her hand. And just she can't look away from there's no way to try to spin that this isn't their fault.
Chef knows that. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, it's you guys.
Chef knows that any words of comfort given now would feel disingenuous, almost like attempting to shirk responsibility, because he knows they were responsible for this, whether they had any choice in the matter or not. So instead he whispers, I know. We must keep going. There's no other way but forward.
Judo, are Irina and Ismark behind us?
You'll see Irina and Ismark are behind you. You see that they are shocked. You see Irina's very vulnerable, but you'll see Ismark is looking at the situation, looking around and stuff like that, like he's trying to make more sense of it. But Irina's definitely hurt by it, and he's just trying to take care of her.
As he sees this, Rayfield's head is gonna like snap behind him to see if he can be quick enough to stop the two of them from seeing it, and he's not. And he sees the look on their face, and as he looks at Rayfield, he will remember not even an hour prior the calming effect that they such a horrible thing to have happened, and even unknowingly the two of them shared a benevolent moment over it. And so Rayfield's just gonna feel a pit open up in his stomach, and go up to the siblings and try to, despite the fact that they've seen it, try to turn them around and just take them out of the building. They have seen enough.
Let's see. Did he leave anything? And
Um,
as you know, as they're walking, um, Oksana, you will have noticed that there is in the book, almost like underneath one of the stacks of the pages, rather. You'll definitely have seen that there was a chain there. Looks like that rope that was tied around Doru's neck. But the necklace is still there, or rather the holy symbol.
That's the it's in the book. He put it in the book.
And he'll say, "Can you take Irene outside, Drayfield?"
yes, of course. Irina, please come with me.
And she's just covering her eyes and her mouth and all that, so she's just trying to not to be very loud in
he'll
this
just
sad moment.
Yeah, he will take her. He'll guide her, and seeing the state that she's in, and seeing that she probably wants / needs to get this out, he will actually take her some extended difference just from the start, so that if she does want to scream, cry, what have you, she can feel more open to do so, knowing that she's not just outside.
You'll see Ismark walk up, and he says, "Did you find him like this, Oksana? Did you find him, up there?"
I'm sorry, I cut him down. I thought he might still be alive. I'm sorry.
It's fine. You did the right thing. And he'll put his hand on the father's head, and he'll say, "We'll make another plot for him." And you'll see him grab at the note and whatever that was left there under the book, and he'll like move it from him. And you see the note. He like opens up, and he starts to read it. "In these darkest of days, I find myself consumed by the shadows that have enveloped our once blessed village. I sought the light of our morning Lord to guide us through the encroaching night, but alas, my fate has faltered, and my spirit has waned. I prayed for deliverance, for a dawn that would break the unending dusk. Yet my pleas have fallen upon the deaf ears of an indifferent sky. The weight of my failures, the loss of my beloved son, and the terror that grips our hearts have driven me to the edge of my sanity. I can no longer bear the burden of helplessness in the face of such darkness. Perhaps in death I will find the light I so desperately seek. I leave this world not out of cowardice, but in the hope that my sacrifice will be a beacon to you all. A final act of faith that may yet stir the morning Lord's mercy. Forgive me, for I could not endure this torment any longer." And he'll close the note, and then he'll toss it to the side, and he'll say, "He left the passage open for the last rites." He'll grab the book, and the necklace. And Ismark will get up, and he's very solemn, and he says, "Come, we'll find another casket."
I think Shep will let go of Oksana if she's managed to find some kind of calm amidst this. And despite the screaming of past memories made in this place, I think he's going to make his way towards the cellar to see if Doru still is laying down there.
Yeah, you're gonna
He
get down
thinks
to the
that.
cellar.
Is he down there?
Yeah, you go down to the cellar. Is what you're saying?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you'll see Ismark step out, and as you walk down into the cellar, where you expect his feet, you don't see his feet. The rest of his body, you don't see his body. The cracked light and whatever light is shining through, you don't see Doru's body here.
Shep assumes that the father took his time to bury his son before taking his own life. Of where he was buried, he doesn't know. He was hoping that he could bury a father and his son together, hoping that it could only be the fitting thing to do. But instead, he finds himself going back towards his friends to help in any way he can.
Awesome. Ismark steps out. He brings the book and the bronze star over to the cemetery. He eventually finds another casket for you all. And he asks you all to help him with Father Donovich, so they can be read their last rites together. You guys gather the bodies, and you dig your holes, and eventually there's 2 plots, and you'll take time. There's 3 plots, one for the children's bones, and so you'll see, you eventually rest the Burgomaster, you rest Donovich, and then Ismark allows you to take your time with your bones.
Chef will slowly pull the bag that he had the remains of the twins inside and whisper, "It's been a while, little ones. I hope that you will find this field here accommodating. We tried our best to uphold our promise. Please, find your rest here. You've needed it for a long time now."
Renee is going to clutch her amulet around her neck, and she's going to bring it to her lips, and she will mutter a silent prayer before picking up a palmful of dirt from the soil in front of her and tossing it into the open grave, or casket rather.
Chef will stare a moment picturing the ground being the ground covering up the caskets again. And he'll say, Is there a way we could plant some flowers around here? I think they would have liked that.
You'll see Ismark say, I have time to do that. I will do that for you, Chef.
Thank you, Ismark. I wish you could have met them. I think you would have liked them.
I'm sure I would have. He says, I am ready to read the last rites, unless any of you need to say anything else.
The chef will very slightly back away from the grave, lower his head, waiting for the rites.
Those kids deserved better.
Anybody else? Just let me know if you're ready for the rites, or if you're going to say something or do something.
Ready.
Ready.
That's all Rayfield's gonna say.
Ismark starts he starts and he speaks often about the Morning Lord, about suffering, and about how at the end of all things the Morning Lord holds his arms open, and eventually he reaches the end. As he says this, he holds out the pendant, and he says, Morning Lord, hear their names and carry their spirits. Forgive what must be forgiven. Heal what was broken. Love them as they were once loved, as they are loved. And when mine and our time comes, let us walk with them into your light. And then he bows his head, and you see it's silent. Only ever a little sob or a breath or a prayer breaking through. And then there is light, almost like glitter in the air, coming from Rose and Thorn's grave. As you see maybe one of you open your eyes before the other. Ismark and Irina's eyes still closed. Eventually they open, but they see this light, and it is beautiful. It is unnatural, as the light almost like sprinkles away from the grave and then starts to form itself on top of the grave. You'll see that these lights, these motes of light, start to take a shape, and they take a shape of a bundle of roses. Of course, with their own thorns, and all of you who have known these children will hear their voices in your ear. Last moment, as you hear thank you from both Rose and from Thorn, and then then you feel a hug. And then it's warm, and then it gets cold, and then you realize that they're gone. And you take that they left you this bundle of roses as a gift to you all.
Rayfield is gonna be he's been holding it together, but he is going to finally start he's gonna be sobbing at this point. During the funeral there were tears on his face, but he can't help the noise now. He's going to be loudly mourning the loss and the death of the burgomaster and the father, but especially the children.
Chef will very slowly make his way towards the roses, sink to his knees, holding two of the roses in his hands. And he finds his vision starting to blur, and tears dropping on the rose petals. He says, "Rest now, children. You are at home."
You'll see that these roses are almost fit like a corsage. They come with a band to tie them together. There are 5 separate roses here tied to each corsage. One is each individual and different, and your character's favorites as they appear to you in what seems like, in the time they spent in your mind and the time that they spent to know you, that they found that out about you, and they left you that final parting gift. So each of you can take your respective flower or rose as the bundle makes itself clear. I will tell you about that item in a moment, but to continue on, you'll see Ismark and Irina both, standing there. You'll see Ismark trying to keep it together for Irina, and Irina's crying still, and he'll say, "It's time we be off, yeah? It's a long journey."
Rayfield's in no condition to respond to him.
You'll see that he's taking Irina with him when he's walking away.
Roxana will just follow behind him, still just wide-eyed and shell-shocked.
Mom has been listless this entire time. Silent, even just she looked more like an object than a person for a while. And she takes the rose left for her. She stares at it for a long while before moving. She's probably the last to leave.
Okay, Irene and Chef.
Chef will hold this corsage as if it could fall apart at any moment. The final memory of two who were done so wrong by the world, but still willed something beautiful to be left behind. And he'll keep that corsage somewhere safe, somewhere that he can look to if he finds himself slipping from his task, knowing at least two people in the world who would like to see him stay safe. He'll keep that wherever he will, and he'll strap that onto his pack and head back to his friends.
Renee, being no stranger to death, is holding it together quite well. She will furrow her brow and kneel down, touching the earth beneath her, and with her palm pressed against dirt and soil, she's just going to close her eyes for a moment and kind of bow her head. And then she'll take the rose left for her and just slowly rise to her feet and follow the others.
Yeah. Eventually, after crying his emotions out, or what will be allowed out at the moment, Rayfield will go to get the flower left for him. Um, just a small dark rose, um, perhaps the smallest of the bunch, and he will tie it to the pommel of the sword that he carries on his hip, hoping that it will give him strength. And taking a look at Calm and seeing that she is neither of look nor body to make conversation or discuss what had happened, he will follow the others.
Wonderful. As you all are walking away from the tower, you will hear a uh, a large a grouping of bat wings fly from underneath the awnings of the church, all fluttering away and out. More than you had seen. Of course, you hadn't seen any, but they all fly out from underneath the awnings, um, and fly away, and they fly towards the castle.
Hold on, I need to make a roll really quick. Rayfield sees it. His lip tightens, but he doesn't say anything.
Wonderful. When we make it back, when we make it back to the Burgomaster Mansion, you'll see Irina and Ismark and all say, we prepared for a small breakfast of sorts for you all before you take off. At least Irina did. If you wanted to share in one last meal before we are off.
Chef would smile and say, I would love nothing more than to do that, my friend. Thank you.
Of course. And go ahead.
Rayfield, sorry, I was just gonna say, Rayfield is going to bow his head a little bit at the two of them, and especially towards Irina. Thank you. But I think my any appetite that I have within me has left me. I think I'm going to go prepare my things and our things for the journey. And he's gonna head upstairs.
I think Chef will look down as he's eating at the pouch that he stored in, and he'll look towards Arena and say, Arena, is there a way you could teach me how to make those pies of yours? I'm feeling a little sentimental, if you will. I would like to have something physical from you.
Um, yes, but I don't know if you know this, but I'm going to be joining you on the journey.
Ah, of course, of course. Then, whenever you can.
We'll find some time to bake them together. She said until then we'll have time to talk about our favorite foods, and I'm sure it'll be a pretty quick trip for us, huh?
If if you will allow us, of course, I'm sure it will be.
Is everyone else gonna have lunch?
Oksana will move around the table again, serving people, and then just sit at an empty plate, just still. I don't know if she's blinked since she saw what she did. Just silent.
Will not be eating. She'll sit at the table, but she doesn't even lift her arms up and to like rest them on the table. She's just look over her shoulders, sitting there.
Irene is going to take a seat at the table, and she'll look around at Oksana and Calm, and she'll notice that Rayfield did not join them, and she is fearful of being perceived as rude by not eating. So she will eat what was prepared for her, and she will like bow her head to Irina, and she will say, "This was very generous of you to prepare for us. Thank you, Irina."
Of course.
And then she will turn to Oksana, and she will think about how affected she was by what she had seen and at the church, and she will just gently say, Oksana, you should really eat something if you're able. You've been through a lot today, and I think it would be good for you to just eat a little something.
Do we know that?
Nah, go for it.
Do we know where Chef is positioned? I guess it wasn't really established. If Chef's close to Irene, he'll just lightly put a hand on Irene's shoulder, just squeeze it gently, just to attempt to say, not now. And he will see to it that he might, like, wrap up something from the meal, both for Oksana and Calm, knowing that it's too much of a task for them right now, but if it isn't later, then he would like to help with having something for them later on if they need it.
You said that was to Irene or Irina? I'm so sorry.
To Irene.
Okay.
Irene will kind of like blink a couple times, and she'll just be like, "Oh, of course," and she'll just like turn back to her plate.
Over the course of this lunch, Ismark will tell you all of the same thing that he told Rayfield about earlier. He says how Rayfield has a map. He tells you a bit about Valaki itself, about the Burgomaster Velikovich, about perhaps Wachter House. He's not sure, and just the similar rules that I'm sure are already written in the in-game info. Not rules, but these things that he mentioned that Ismark always gives with a just enough salt that you're aware as to why he warns you to always be on your toes when you're out in Barovia. And so he tells you all of that. Does anyone have any questions about that to Ismark as he explains it all to you? All right. Ismark will tell you all. I wish we had more time together, but I'll miss all of your company, certainly. But I don't want you all to worry about me here, and I already see it coming from Irina, and I see it coming from you all a little bit, at least. He says, at least I suspected, but I'll be fine here. And I'll be on my way shortly after.
Chef will smile and say, I have no doubt of that, my friend. Please, take care of yourself while you're away, and we'll see to it that Irina will be taken care of as well.
He'll excuse himself and he'll say, Irina, please leave all the dishes here. You guys need to prepare for the road. And Ismark will get up and thank you all again and said, I'll see you at the front door. And he says, but you guys have to get going soon if you want to get to the Sarapool by night. So you guys have time to prepare. Grab all your stuff. Tell me what do.
Chef will very quickly go to Calm's side and say, I don't have to spell it out for you, my friend. I am not the man that you met right now. I am but a hair's breadth away from falling once more. I still have my runes, but I do not have the strength to keep you all safe the way I have before. I will do what I can, but I will stick close to you if you'll let me.
Was very out of it until Steph walks over and she just slowly upturns her head and just nods. Um, I understand.
Chef will nod and say, thank you. I will try to keep up.
All right. I'm gonna give you guys another short rest. Remember, you control how many hit dice you use, but I'm gonna give you guys another one. And then as the hour is up, we'll be meeting in the foyer. So go ahead and do what you need to do if you're gonna be doing a short rest, or if you want to. I have. We'll set the time for 7:40. So we'll take a little 12-minute break.
Sound good.
All right.
Cool.
So we'll meet at 40. All right. Okay, are we back?
Yep.
I'm here, and I'm queer.
Yep.
Yep.
Nice. Uh, oh, this is you freaks coming back. Okay. Irina.
And here.
Irene, rocking everywhere.
Drag out.
In that.
There she is. Got her. Let's look for your token. Okay. All right. Everyone should be getting ready and meeting at the foyer. Is there anything anybody wants to do, or say that they're doing before they're getting ready to meet at the foyer?
Nothing for Rayfield, I don't think.
You guys want to get out of this town, huh?
Yeah.
We've only been here for 2 months.
Not that it hasn't been great. But
It
That
has
has been
been
great. We had such a great stay in Barovia.
All right.
Maybe the next time we'll be happier, guys. Right?
yeah, maybe
Fine.
before we get there.
We didn't try a taco stand down the street, but I guess we give.
Awesome. Irina, what the heck? Duplicate in. Ooh. There they are. Okay. So, you guys will walk down to the foyer and you'll see Ismark giving a hug to Irina. And you'll see that he's just talking to her. And you'll see she's all packed and ready to go. And you'll see that there are some bags on the floors. They're separated into 5. And one of them is like a potato sack that got sewed together to kind of be a bag or something like that. You'll have some knapsacks that are around. Other things like furs that were like quilted together to make some sort of bag. You'll see it was something like Ismark trying his best to get stuff together for you all. In it, you guys will find 2 days of rations for food. Each of you will get 1 potion of healing. And if you didn't already have like a bedroll or some form of thing to be able to sleep on, then that'll be in there as well. So that'll be a bedroll. So a bedroll, rations, 2 days worth, and then a potion of healing. So please add that to your inventory.
Are there since Rayfield and he talked about it, are there perhaps some new clothes as well?
Yeah, there are regular clothes. Just common clothes, a set of clothes. Loose shirts, baggy breeches. Nothing too fancy, but just stuff that you can wear in case you get wet. As Ismark talks to Irina, and you'll see like he's almost like praying with her, and he gives her a kiss on the cheek, and he says, "Okay, and I'll get outside before I start crying." And you'll see Irina will take off, and then Ismark's left there with you all. He says, "Well, it's time, all, to get going."
Ismark, thank you for everything. Ismark, thank you for everything that you've done for us in the past few days. I don't know if we could ever repay what you've given us.
But you are repaying it, Rayfield. You're getting my sister out of here.
And with you close behind, I hope.
Be sure of it.
Just please remember what I said, and I hope to see you again soon.
I'll see you soon. And I'll put out a handshake, and then bring you in for kind of like a hug, a little bro hug, and then he'll say, "All right, onward, soldier."
Yeah, Rayfield's not gonna do the bro hug style. He's just gonna wrap a full arm around him before letting you go.
Awesome.
We'll be on our way then.
And I'll say good luck. All right, Oksana.
And he's already said goodbye to Irina, right?
Yeah, he's already said goodbye to Irina. He's had her shuffle off.
Yeah, so he'll step out.
Awesome. I'll say, Oksana, it's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you for your help, and I'm sorry again.
Sorry for what? Don't be sorry.
Everything.
Don't be sorry for anything. This land, this place, it was cursed from the beginning. But you, all of you, coming here, you don't carry that same curse. There's a light with you all. A light with you, Oksana. Carry it forward.
She'll just nod to him and go to follow everyone out the door.
All right. Calm. I wish I would have had more arms to spar with you. I've seen you great in battle, and I'm sorry to see you go so soon, but I'm glad to see someone skilled to be traveling. Thank you for doing me this service.
She reaches out her hand to take his remaining one.
And he does.
You're a good man, Ismark.
I'll try to. I'll try to. I'll try to live up to that. Thank you, Calm.
He moves past to join the rest of the party.
Chef, um, you were leaving. Um, well, sorry to say that my eyes aren't watery. My now that my mouth isn't watery, my eyes are. Um, you had amazing food and amazing company, and I'm sorry to see you go. But yeah, I'm so glad that Irina will have someone to fawn over food with, and stories with, such as yourself, and to many more. And I'll bring out a hand for a handshake.
The chef will laugh and say, "Ah, but of course, this is not the end, my friend. You will taste my food, and sooner or later, we will find each other soon again, yes?" And he'll ignore the handshake and pull his arm and just, I don't even know what you would call this, but he's gonna like grab his arm and just flex, just like something manly. I don't know what to call it. I'm sorry, but you know what I mean.
You mean the forearm handshake?
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, awesome, wonderful. And he'll say sooner, sooner, and awesome. You'll be on your way. Hey, Renee.
Yeah, he's gonna stick close to Calm for this one.
Perfect. He'll say, hey, Renee. It was a pleasure having you. I wish there were better circumstances.
Irene will pertly nod, and she'll say, I'm grateful to you and your family for hosting us and helping us, opening your village to us. And I hope that we continue to not disappoint you. Please just keep yourself safe and join us as soon as you are able. Please.
Of course. Of course. Absolutely. Be well.
She'll nod and swiftly follow the others.
And you'll see Irina kind of sitting already at the end of the stairs, or rather standing at the end of the stairs, like looking away, and she's obviously sobbing, and all of you can hear it, and she says, "Are we ready to go?"
I believe he's just saying the last of his goodbyes, so it is time for us to be on our way, Irina. I know there's nothing that any of us could say to make your departure easier, but I wish for you to know that we are all here for you, and Ismark is perhaps the strongest man I've ever met, except for Chef. I have no doubt that though the days will seem long in the near future, we will all see him again very soon.
And as all of you are out there, she'll say, he said, keep walking and don't look back, and he won't look back either. Let's go. Let's go now.
Chef's eyes fall upon every single person around him. He doesn't know what the road ahead will have in store, whether the horrors will be just the same or he feels a certain kinship, the way a herd of animals travel together, knowing that their strength is in each other and knowing that their numbers will surpass whatever trials are ahead of him. And he'll look forward and say, onward then.
And Irina will begin marching forward, and you see she's trying to do it very dignified and keeping her shoulders up and walking almost as though she's taking orders from her brother for the last time. And she's not looking back. And then as she's walking with you all, she'll say, is he looking? He said he wouldn't.
Oksana will turn to look if he is.
Yeah, Rayfield's gonna look as well.
He is looking. And he's crying, and you can tell. And he's like slumped up against the door. You just see him like wiping his, with his forearm. He's like wiping away his eyes, and that's it. He's just looking at his last family member leaving.
Rayfield's gonna look at Oksana really quick and just give her a small, like, shake of the head before saying, he's not looking. He's strong.
And Irina will shake her head, or rather nod her head, and keep moving forward. And you guys will exit Barovia. You'll see lights of people around you. Their candles going to their windows. You'll see Alenka and some of her posse at the Blue Water Inn as you're marching away. You'll pass by the war field, the battlefield, the statue of Ismark the Great. And you'll continue moving on. You move on until you cross a section of doors held by some last remnants of soldiers, inexperienced with the system, with the police system, the lever system, or what have you. And eventually, as they get it open, you begin to travel into Barovia, the real Barovia. You set off from this silent village. There we go. You set off from the silent village of Barovia. The fog creeps around your feet as you pass onto this Volok road. There's a sea of tall green grass around. It takes you over the edge of the Ivlis River that was written on the map. The sky is above is dull and gray as it has been every night you've been here. It's not long before you see Stone Bridge in the distance. It crosses the river. And crossing it, you guys find yourself eventually on a muddy road. It winds its way through the trees. You see the Svolok woods are dense and endless. You could get lost in it with just your eyes alone. You know, to travel into the woods would be potentially a grave mistake if you don't know where you're going. So you stick to the road. You smell decaying leaves. You see the trees start to press in close, almost narrowing your path. You see that there is deep shadows that come from the trees onto the road, and every now and then you see a flicker. You hear a branch break or whatnot, and you look around, but you see nothing. The woods are a testament to the paranoia that this Folic Woods should, bear on you. As you're moving, let me get a perception check from all of you.
Six for Chef.
All right, we're looking to beat a 16. Anybody else? I got a 6 and a 10.
I love
Nine
you
has
for
a
gone.
5.
You got 11 and a 5. Am I missing Chris?
Sorry, I was muted. I was saying 17 for Rayfield.
Okay, awesome. Rayfield, you notice in the bushes nearby, like that you're headed towards and you're walking towards, there's some bushes that kind of grow in from the forest around, but you see some of them rustle on the left and the right. You catch it.
Yeah, he's going to just hold out a hand for everybody. Stop a moment. And he will put a hand on the hilt of his sword and just point out towards the bushes, hopefully so that the others will notice. You there, in the bushes, please make yourself known.
You see two people. You see two what looks like soldiers step up from the bushes, and they're pointing crossbows at you all. They say, "Who goes there? You name yourself."
I am Baronet Rayfield of the Baron Kellis. Me and my friends have been given go-ahead to traverse these lands.
Well, is that Irina? And you'll see Irina says, "Oh, that's... Yes, Kareza, it's me. Tell Korga to put down his crossbow already." And you'll see the other one put down his crossbow. He says, "I thought my brother gave word." And he says, "Well, you can never be too safe." And she'll say, "Sorry, it's the scouts we have out here." She'll say, "Come on. We're not being frisked or anything. Let us move."
Better than something else.
Of course. As they were walking by, they said, "We're just on edge with everything that's happened recently. So, sorry about that."
Of course. How have the roads and the nearby woods been of late?
Well, the spies are numerous, I'm sure. But, we haven't seen a whole lot. We were looking for the Lanston family. I think a poor family that made it out too late from the last siege. But we can't find any trace of them.
who was it? During the first time, was it Mary's daughter, little sister? What was it, Judah?
So it was Mary's. It was Mary's daughter,
That's
and,
right.
and her name was Gertruda.
Do you know if Gertruda was ever located? Things have been quite busy
They
during the
immediately
past couple days.
they immediately shake their heads and they say no. He says we try to keep an eye out for that too, but no luck. He goes, we don't stray too far from the village, just in case someone tries to come back, or, you know, if we hear a scream, then we know what's happened.
Of course. Well, please continue to keep your eye out. We will be on our way.
You guys continue your way. You guys continue moving down the road. You'll hear, it's familiar, the River Iblis. You'll hear their waters moving. You would know that they're to move towards the Serre Pool and whatnot. So as long as you could hear that, you're on the right path, and you continue on this dirt road, headed west. Soon, the river bends once more out of sight, and the dark woods surround the road once again. But the trees pull away, and reveal a tall cliff. See, at the base of a foggy little mountain slope, still cold and damp air, and you see wisps of fog swirl around the base of the cliff. Then, as you're moving, you get to somewhat of a fork in the road. And then you see a carriage, a large, black and ornate carriage, roam in front of you. And as it does, the skies and the dark clouds start to form around and above you, killing the light or whatever this is of the day. And then you see at the front are two horses. The horses themselves with their manes almost burning. The horses sit and wait. The black carriage, an omen in front of you. You see a driver with blonde hair steps in front, stops in the fork of this road that you were traveling in. You'll see they jump down. You're maybe 50 or 40 so feet away from this carriage. What do you all do?
Can we see who's in here yet?
Who's in it? No, you see a blonde person, but they're really indescript. You almost can't make out their face.
And you said, when you said fiery manes, is it just the red hair of the
No, sorry.
horses, or is it
cinder, like fire?
Gotcha.
Like fire.
Like literally, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
And how far away are they?
About 45 to 50 feet.
Shep goes to Calm and whispers, I don't know what is awaiting us in that carriage. If it's anything of the same make that took us to the village of Barovia, but the skies, they grow dark. An omen of horrors yet to happen. I fear that we don't have much of any other choice than to approach the owner of this carriage, no?
If the fog rolls in again, it is better that we make for the carriage.
Chef
Judo, is there
nods.
another way?
Excuse me.
It doesn't look like there's another way. Like, could we avoid them, or is this?
It's like if you wanted to go into the woods, you could,
I see.
or you want to attempt to pass by this carriage. But they're definitely in this fork in the road. What do you all want to do?
Chef will talk loudly for everyone else to hear, but quiet enough to attempt to not make himself known to anyone else, and say, "The sky is growing dark. I fear the fog may be rolling in. I don't know about you, but I do not plan to be caught in it. It's not my favorite choice to be making, but I do believe we don't have much of a choice. Seek respite in that carriage, if the owner will let us."
That carriage, those horses, I fail to think of a single good thing that could come of it. But perhaps better the danger we don't know rather than the danger we do.
Renee will say quite flatly, "We'll find out their intentions when we get to them." And she'll start to take a few steps forward towards the carriage.
Yeah, with the Renee stepping forward, Rayfield will too, keeping a distance.
Wonderful.
Chef will look towards Oksana, not knowing whether or not she was also guided by a similar carriage, and he'll kind of look at her for approval or disapproval of it.
I know, as Mark said, you all arrived in a carriage. I guess if they're going the same way we are.
Chef nods and says, "Stay close. We'll keep each other safe, yes?"
Right.
All right, awesome. So you guys are all going to move towards the carriage.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys get in, I'm going to go ahead and show you something really quick.
Oh.
Do you guys see that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this looks fucked.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's probably good. Good and fine.
This looks like a nightmare.
You begin walking towards the carriage, and you see that, and I'll stop you there. Does anyone want to say anything to the driver as they're walking towards?
Just gonna give him a quick hello there. Good day to you, sir, or madam.
And you'll see them look at you, and you'll see them smile, and then they'll open the door for you as they crack it open. And when they do, it's was probably in all of your minds going to be empty for you all, but a foot steps out. And what steps out is another foot, and then a cane, and eventually you see a tall, gaunt man dressed in finery befitting a man of aristocratic, even royal stature. You see the black cloak barely hangs above the ground as this man finally steps down. You see, he carries a pauldron on the right hand, on the right shoulder of a wolf's head. His scarlet tunic is worked with intricate designs, and his hair is long and falls at his shoulders. His eyes are dark, and he adjusts the signet holding his cloak to his shoulder. You see his gloves are gripping at his cane, and he postures himself. It's only then that you realize his skin is pale, unnaturally pale. His eyes glint with intelligence. You see Irina step backwards. I think I recognize him. I think I recognize who that is. And he begins to step forward. Greetings. Good evening.
Greetings,
I
good sir.
am Count Strahd von Zarovich, and it is a pleasure to finally meet the newcomers to my domain. My friends have told me so much about you. You see his eyes linger over each one of you. He's taken his time as he looks at you all. Some of you feel like he's enamored by you. Another feels like a cut of meat. Another feels like a trinket, maybe something intriguing. And another feels like a prey animal being spotted by a predator. How have you fared in my domain?
Chef's eyes widen and start squeezing Calm's arm a little harder, but he attempts to compose himself, a light against the darkness, and say, not exactly a warm welcome, I don't think.
No? Well, I'm upset by that. But perhaps you've met this land at its best moment. Says you come from the village of Barovia, correct?
Yes.
And the battle, something fierce, I believe.
You could say that.
The burgomaster, he wasn't even one to fight, and you had him killed. He wasn't even in the battle, and you had him destroyed. Why?
Why?
Is probably gripping at Rayfield's
Why?
clothes, like pulling him back.
Well, defiance. Of course. I was attacked, and thus, with a coup, I answered it the only way I know how. With my own. But that is the past, no. Dead and gone.
Why are you here? Is this just to gloat about trapping us in your lands? You say you have problems with the people of that village, but none of us had even heard your name before many nights ago.
I assume for half the time you thought my name was Devil. Perhaps evil incarnate. Well, no, they speak not of me, for many of them do not even know me. I came here to greet you all. I thought perhaps I would meet the intruders of my domain. Those who said that I have trapped them. I want to hold in my laughter. For you chose to come here, no?
The Vistani, they took us here. The Multiversal.
Ah, the Multiversal. Did you miss it?
I failed to think it ever existed. This seems like just some sick game to get people trapped in your lands. Why?
No. You came to the right place. I think all of you did. All of you. I could see it now. I see desires in all of your eyes. Why you would have went to the Multiversal in the first place is what exactly brought you here. You'll see him walk by, and he'll say, perhaps you came here for power, as he walks by calm. Perhaps community. And he'll smell, like you'll see him sniff, he says, or revenge. And he'll walk by Uxana to be of use or to trust. He'll walk by Irene, maybe freedom or to be feared. I'm not certain, but it's intriguing. And maybe purpose, as he looks at you, Rayfield, and says, or maybe as a dominance.
I was never meant to be on that carriage. I simply stood for my Baron.
Well, perhaps you have the invitation then. And we could clear all of this up. I could see you on your way.
He'll reach into his pack and fish for the letter that the Baron gave him. He'd never looked too closely at it, but he had always assumed it would have Kellis's details on there.
You say this is from Baron Kellis.
Yes, the Baron, my Baron. I am not to be here at all.
You took the invitation in his stead.
Of course, at his behest, at his order.
Oh, well. Escher, and he'll look back behind him. The blonde-haired person. They look and they say, Baron Kellis, check the ledger, if you wouldn't mind. And you'll see Escher will step away and look for Baron. You'll see he's looking through a ledger, and he says, yes, sir. He's on the list. And he says, but you're no Baron Kellis. You are just a baronet, no?
Yes, Baronet Rayfield in his service.
Oh. Well, there has been misunderstanding. You see, I don't believe your Baron told you the truth. For out of all of you, you were meant to be here. In fact, you were bred for it. And he'll grab the note from your hand, and he'll whisper a word to it in Draconic that you recognize to be reveal Evnik. And you'll see words burn away from the paper, letters and whatnot. And you'll see here, he says, here it is.
Rayfield, with shaking hands, will take the paper back and read what it now says.
You see, written into it, in Draconic, in certain sigils and whatnot, produce that of just a simple sentence from your Baron. In my stead, I offer Dorian Rayfield as payment. And it ends in a period, and it says, it's signed by Baron Kellis.
Hi.
He'll look up at Strahd.
This can't be right.
Oh.
This.
But it is. I've seen that look in your eyes before. Disbelief. Torture.
He would not do this to me.
I mean, what he put you through. All the training. All the advice. All of it. For me. Not for you. Not for your bond. But fear not, Dorian Rayfield. For you have an opportunity of a lifetime.
Opportunity.
Oh yes.
What do you mean?
You see, since the years that I've been asleep, I have asked Rahadin, my Chamberlain, I'm sure you have all met him. I have asked him to offer power in exchange for true power, knowledge, a working man, a baronet even. Someone to help me in my journey, in my expansion, in my control of this realm. You see, I've been away for so long. I need help. I need an assistant. I need someone to hand it down to. But so many good choices. Well, I'm overwhelmed. So I've decided to send out for all the baronets that I am owed, and to have them compete in a tournament in my honor and for their lives. So, I'm hoping he prepared you well for what lies in store for you here. Or if you've been able to survive the siege, then perhaps you might survive those who want it more than you, who deserve it more than you. Or you'll make a fool out of me and choose not to participate, but just know that I don't play with broken toys. I discard them. So Rayfield, do not have the courage to bore me.
Rayfield will say, very lowly, just under his breath, just enough for himself and Strahd to hear it, gripping the note in his hands and looking up into his eyes, he will say quietly, for all that's happened, there is nobody deserves power more than me.
I can't wait to see how you perform. If you survive the journey ahead. Details to follow. And he will move from you, Rayfield. And he will stop near Irene, and he will say, Irene, I believe.
She won't say anything. She'll just kind of narrow her eyes at him.
Oh, please. I mean, allow me. And he will give a short bow to you. And then he will say, is that any way to treat a lord? A king?
Eye is going to twitch and she's going to wrinkle her nose just a bit.
Awesome. Give me...
But
okay,
yeah.
go ahead.
No, yeah, she's just gonna keep staring at him.
Awesome. Give me a Constitution saving throw. And do it with disadvantage.
$12.
Awesome, you fail, and you're going to be brought to your knees. And you're going to feel a very sharp pain in your neck again. As she does, you'll see Strahd above her say, ah, there it is. Respect. Well, I appreciate it, Irene. You can allow yourself up. And he'll walk past Irene. And he'll get to Chef. Bear folk, it's been many, many years since I've seen your kind. And your name?
They call me Chef.
Interesting name. Fearsome people. Strong warriors you come from, yes?
The strongest in all the land.
Well, some of them. He goes... And almost in like the look in his eyes, you can tell he says that in respects that he has bested some bearfolk before. And he says, unfortunately, the land you claim is not one I care for. And he says, but I appreciate seeing you in my land to see if you can impose your will here. And he'll move on to Calm. And he'll say, and as he's about to say anything, you're going to hear your patron tell you to attack, to strike, to kill. Your patron is yelling, almost roaring at you to strike at Strahd, to get him before he gets you. What do you do with that urge, Calm?
You can't help it. He stays her hand, but she can't help but bare her fangs at the count. A hand shifting in her, under her cloak before she stops herself. Her, the slits of her pupils just tightening up. It's just a barely held back, rage.
Chef grabs at her hand quickly and squeezes it tight.
Oh. But I was so excited, Calm. To see the storm, if you would allow me. To see what's behind all that rage. To see if you control it or if you let it control you. What's the matter? Now that it's not just a spawn of my own to lay your sword on. Now that you see something healthy, that now you don't want to strike. Is that cowardice? Is that cowardice I smell on you?
Chef is going to stand in between them and say, make no mistake, bloodsucker. We're saving the best one for last.
And he'll step back and he says, oh my. Impressive determination, Chef, if ultimately futile. I can't believe you would say something to me like that, but allow me to offer this to you one time only.
Chef will narrow his eyes and...
Yeah, go ahead.
Chef will narrow his eyes and say, if this is the part where you make my bite feel worse, feel free. I have no kindness towards you.
I don't ask for kindness. I ask for respect. As disrespect is unbecoming. Especially in the face of the lord of the land you are but a guest in. But you are foreign and untaught and confused. I'll give you a warning this time, but I fear my mercy will not last forever.
Chef will grin at this and say, "Ah, so we have something in common then. Perhaps we should be friends, Strahd von Zarovich."
He says, "Of course. Friends. In fact, I wish to see more of you all. Which is why I want to know why I should let you move on from here now. To hear it from you all."
Chef will consider the man before him one who sees others not as mutuals, hell, not even as animals that he would feel responsibility to care for, respect in that way, but as playthings, insects beneath his feet that he has no crushing and forgetting like nothing had happened. But he will entertain this notion and say, "Well, Strahd von Zarovich, as you said before, we are playthings to you, yes? Toys. Things to entertain yourself with. And again, like you said, you would throw out a broken toy, no? So, why don't you let us entertain you?"
Well, would it be worth it?
I suppose that's something you'll have to find out yourself, won't you?
Well,
You've. Rayfield will finally find his voice again, but it's shaky. You've already gone through the trouble of bringing us here. You might as well see what we can do.
mm. Well, allow you to run around, to have fun in my domain, to hurt my spawn, to aid those that I punish. Why would I allow you to do that?
Chef will smile at this and says, "Well, what good is a toy that breaks easy, yes? You want... I would imagine that if I were in your dignified shoes, I would want to see my toys strengthen themselves, make them more fun to kick around, yes?"
Well, fortunately, these ones bleed. So I think I'll have my fill to see if you're worth it. Please. Irene, come this way and allow me to see. And Irene, you're going to feel a compulsion to Strahd. Come this way.
Renee will take have some steps towards Strahd against her better judgment, but that compulsion is too strong to ignore.
Shep will use his stone rune to charm Irene and stop her from stepping forward.
You're going to see a whip of a light come from Escher, and it's going to counterspell it.
Tom is going to step forward here and physically stop Irene.
Great. Well, maybe I'll save you for last. Let's see. Oh, there's two in the back I've missed. Oksana,
my lord.
Oh, finally some respect. And what of your comrades? How do you feel about how they're treating me?
I would beg you for your patience. It's been difficult days. Their disrespect is surely reflects poorly on them, but it is not a consequence of yours, only that they've been under a great deal of stress.
Well, then I'm sure you'd volunteer yourself. Correct? To prove your worth?
She will bow to him, a deep, deep curtsy with her head down, and then move to approach him.
Anyone gonna stop
think-
that?
I think Calm is just gonna, at this point, stand in front of Strahd. If she's the offering at this point.
Chef is not letting Calm go alone. He is standing right next to her, no matter what.
If the two of them are going up, then Rayfield's gonna come back towards Irene and Oksana, and if they're being compelled still, keep them back. Just in general.
So what is it? Are you here to see if my blood truly runs cold? Are you here to stop me? Or are you here to offer yourself?
I protect my friends, Strahd.
Well, your friends. Well, I'm your friend. Don't you remember? And you're going to feel a compulsion, Chef. And you're going to want to
Chef
step
is
aside.
going to fight that with everything he has.
Absolutely. Give me a constitution check with disadvantage.
Can I turn that into advantage with my inspiration?
You can't. You cannot do that.
Ah,
In fact, the what's happening is you're feeling this compulsion to do, as he says, almost like he's a friend of yours. Like you don't feel threatened by him. But it's not exactly charm.
that was a 5.
And he'll ask you to step aside. So what
Can
is it?
Chef spit in his general direction as he's doing it?
Absolutely.
He sure will.
Wonderful. As you spit, you're going to see Strahd take a step, and the step is almost as though when his foot hits the ground, he is immediately next to Chef. Standing right behind him, like to his ear. And he says, 1. And you're going to see 2 wolves, 2 large dire wolves, start to reveal themselves from the dead of the woods here. And he says, are you going to let me get to 3?
Chef will just stare hard at him, but say nothing.
In fact, I'll go to 2. And when he says 2, you see large direwolves grouping here and here, slowly revealing themselves from the brush. And he'll step forward. Who will offer themselves?
My lord, please stop this. Please. Please, let us go. For now.
I came here to greet you all. I've been met with disrespect, disdain, spit. You think I would leave you now without having you learn your lesson?
He looks at Chef for a moment. He doesn't know. He's a... And you'll just see a look of apology in his eyes as he says this, Chef. He doesn't know. He's a dumb animal. Please.
Oh, a dumb animal. Does that sit right with you, Chef?
Chef will just have a sharpness to the corner of his eye in Rayfield's direction, and he will say, "That is not the first time I've heard that."
He's a dumb animal. He's a beast. He knows no better. Please. Don't.
Irene is going to interject here. She's just going to kind of snap her head towards Rayfield. That's quite enough. And she's going to then turn towards Oksana. And then she's going to say, "We have one among us who is willing." And she's just going to stare at Oksana and wait.
If no one stopped her, she'd move to just stand in front of Strahd.
Oh, beautiful. Perhaps too late, Oksana. I need to show Chef the error of his ways. That his disrespect is unbecoming. And Chef, you've heard that before, but I promise you, this will be the last time you hear it come from his lips. And you'll see Strahd put his hands on your face, Chef. That compulsion keeping your hands to your sides as he, holds your face and looks into your eyes, and he says, "I want you to witness what you have done to your friends. And I want you to live with it for such a long time." And he says, "Stand there and see what you've done and realize the errors of your ways, and I promise you, you'll wish you could have taken it back." And then, calm, you feel your patron say to you that he's going to attack, and Strahd is going to remove his hands from Chef's body, or from Chef's head, and I want everybody to roll initiative.
Yeah, fuck.
Got to be fucking kidding me.
Does initiative count as an ability check?
It does.
Great.
That's a 2.
I'm gonna use my inspiration to. That's crazy.
I thought about giving you my inspiration, but then I was like, what is this
Yeah,
tank planning?
Yeah, you wouldn't do something like that for me.
Mm-mm. Not what I just heard
So
from.
you can roll one higher?
The 19 for calm.
1 second. Gotta put you guys in the kill zone.
That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say.
The what?
This has all been crazy.
The what?
Oh. Can we just talk about how everyone is so fucking horny to give themselves to Strata now?
What are you
No,
talking
no,
about?
take me, Strahd. No, take me. No, I'll get in the way. I'll get in the way, Strahd.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sure that's just you and Oksana, actually.
I didn't
That's
write it
good.
into my
Calm walked right up to
backstory.
him. So did Chef. It's actually everybody but you.
Yeah, we've got one person who's like, okay, this is a hostage situation, let's act politely. Two people who were just like, I'm gonna fucking kill you!
No, what is
And
with you people?
Rayfield's just like,
What is wrong with you people?
Rayfield's
This-
just having an emotional episode.
This is what Rayfield's about to do to Chef.
That's what Strahd just did to him.
I think at 4 wounds, Rayfield might be able to take Chef.
4 wounds. Warhammer nerd.
Oh yeah, 4 HP.
I love Warhammer.
Sorry.
You should be.
Huh?
You said sorry.
No, I said it's alright.
Oh.
I'm not sorry.
You guys
actually.
already created your new characters, right?
No, you know that.
Oh,
You
talk
know
about
that.
it.
Yo. What did you just say?
I was polite, why am I getting murdered?
Chef?
I was so good!
If this
What-
man
what-
does
what-
not die
what
by
if we-
fireball, he dies by
Oh my
fire.
god, I see these new people here.
What if we give Irene up?
Is my mic on?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Oh boy.
I'll take my mics off. Hello? Hello? Hold on, sorry. Hello? Okay, cool. I can hear everybody, I think, now.
Okay.
Yay. But you guys already created them, right?
That's.
Technically.
Come on.
I got
Yeah.
I got
created
two
her
ready to go.
mechanically. Doesn't have
I
a backstory.
Yeah,
Hey.
no, mine is just empty.
Mine is fully fleshed out. I'm ready to go.
It is still up in the
It'll be
air whether I
Oksana
need
and
to
a bunch
go.
of new guys, because all y'all were rude.
Let's see. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm watching. Real Chris is watching with fucking wide eyes as Modal gets Chef to just fucking disrespect this level
This
like
man
30 character.
witnessed the literal holocaust of his village. He don't give a goddamn about no
And then
respect.
he mocked you about
No,
it to your
no.
face.
He's
And it
about to
was
witness.
so hot.
He's about to witness the fucking holocaust of his entire party. It's a TPK.
No, I was good.
It's
I
not.
have
It's
an inspiration and a cloud rune
No.
and the anger of 1,000 suns.
Dog, he's like level 50.
All right. When the combat starts, when Calm, you hear that your patron tells you that he is about to strike. In that moment, he almost vanishes in front of you guys into bats, and he vanishes about right here. You'll see his
Fine.
little blonde guard boards the chariot, and or rather the carriage, and sits on top of it, crossing their legs and looking at you all. Um, and with that, I will need initiative numbers.
I believe I scored a 2.
You got a 2.
That's gonna
I
be
got
that's gonna be an
nine.
L3 from Dorian Rayfield.
3. Irene,
Mhm.
17.
17. Good. Calm.
19.
Oksana,
15.
15.
Judo, real quick, does initiative count as a reroll or does it count as advantage?
I'm sorry.
Because that would change the number.
Can you say again?
Does inspiration count as a reroll or advantage? Because that would change the number.
I would say that would be advantage.
So 6 for Rayfield, if that matters.
Awesome. Six. Gotcha. Okay,
Big 6.
let's start. Calm. It's your turn.
Before she even does anything, the instinctual reaction for her is to cast Armor of Agathis upon herself, and is breathing herself in frost while they face down Strahd, and she positions herself just to in his line of sight to the party, and she points her sword. She casts her Eldritch Blast.
Awesome. What'd you hit?
16.
16. That hits.
For 2 damage.
All right. Anything else?
Nope, that's about it for her. Oh, Actually, she does cast her Hexblade Curse on Strahd.
Awesome. Perfect. Perfect. Awesome. As you land that attack, he is going to react, and he is going to move up to you and make a longsword attack. What it looks like is he like floats like in a zigzag pattern, and it almost seems like multiples come at you. And as he gets to you, he will strike you with a longsword. That is going to be a 31 to hit.
He hits. He hits.
That is
That's a
going to
hit.
be
31.
that is going to be 9 slashing damage,
Mhm.
and that is going to be 7 necrotic damage.
When he does hit me, he does take 10 damage. 10 cold damage.
Awesome.
Like his swipe blows it back, the frost of her armor.
Awesome.
16 damage then.
Awesome. Give me a strength saving throw. You have to beat a 20.
okay.
Just a 20. Fuck.
I'm gonna do an inspiration.
Okay.
No, I don't make it.
All right,
That's close.
you're knocked back 5 feet and you're prone. Wonderful. As that happens, he's going to walk towards you. And then he's going to go right up to where your head is. And he is going to look at Chef. And he is going to say, "Bear witness to the fruits of your labor." And he will strike at her. Again, this will be done with advantage. I can tell you for a fact that's going to hit.
You sure? Read out the number.
And all prone hits are crits, right?
No.
They're done with an advantage. I think if they're restrained or some other stuff, there's like certain effects.
Yeah, like hold person, but no, not when they're prone. Are you trying to fucking
Am I trying to what? Oh, him.
Rayfield, fucking Chris over here? Isn't it a crit? Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Doesn't she take 100 damage just straight up?
That is going to be 8 slashing damage. Plus 11 necrotic damage.
He's out like a light.
Like a light.
Awesome. He's going to use a bonus action, and he is going to pull up his cane and stab it into Calm, and it is going to you're going to see a thunderous wave emanate from him. Anybody within 5 feet of Calm is going to make a strength saving throw, and you have to beat a 20.
Does a natural 20 beat it? Because I have a -1 strength, by the way.
Yeah. If you got a nat 20, yeah, you beat it.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I got a natural three.
Here we go. I'm
roll a -1. I could roll a 0.
Hey, I got a 6. That's a natural 7, baby.
It's a dirty 1. I didn't even do anything.
For the love of God!
It was nice.
For the love of God!
Daddy!
Do I have to make it too? I'm on the floor, so I don't know.
No, you're gonna automatically fail it.
Yeah, I think Cobb's alright.
I think I'm
Does
done.
Ear and I have revive yet?
He's got 1d4 plus. Let's go, 1d4.
All right. Whoever didn't get a 20, you are going to take 10 thunder damage and be knocked away 5 feet.
I'm gonna assume. I place the comment there. Like, what is that on my death saves?
Yeah. He's gonna walk towards you.
Sinks 5 feet into the ground.
He's gonna walk towards you one last moment, and you'll see his cane is like still stuck in your body, and it will float to his hands, and then you'll see him look at Chef and not even look it down at you, Calm, and he's going to drive it down once more to your head. And Chef, your eyes are fixed on who? Strahd or Calm? Awesome. You're going to see the cane go through her head.
Can I still use a reaction here?
You could totally attempt to. If your reaction allows you to take it.
Attempt. I don't like that wording. I hear an attempt. I don't know. That doesn't feel certain, Juno.
Do you want to attempt it?
Yes.
Yeah, what are you going to try to do?
Cloud Rune.
Cloud Rune? Oh, you're gonna try to
Yeah.
take it? Yeah, absolutely. Sure.
Hold on. Let me read the. Let me refresh myself on the language of this shit. Let's see. Okay. It says it doesn't say anything about me not being able to like wait for the damage first. Am I allowed to do that?
If it doesn't say anything about it, it doesn't say you have to wait until the damage, or you have to do it before damage is read. If it doesn't say anything about that, then I think you can do it.
Okay. Can I wait for damage?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay, I see.
It
I don't
just
think the
says
damage matters.
it just says hit by an attack roll, so the attack, not the damage. From what I'm seeing.
Let me
From what I'm
cook.
seeing.
What if Palm survives this?
No way you're gonna survive this.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god.
Thanks.
Damage, please.
That is going to be 10 slashing damage, 7 necrotic damage, and then 20 strength saving throw or be pushed away, knocked prone.
Holy fuck. Okay. Chef is going to immediately
Louder.
look towards Arene and say, I'm sorry, I'll make this up to you later. And he'll use Cloud Rune to redirect that to Arene.
What the fuck?
That's insane. That's insane.
She's
That's
hurt
insane.
too, bro.
That's insane.
Let
That's insane.
your boy
Bro.
cook.
That's insane. That's insane. I get it, but that's insane.
All right. 17 to Irene.
Okay, so okay, thank you so much. Great.
What
You have your max health, alright? Just saying.
the fuck is that? What
I
is
didn't do
happening?
anything, alright? I'm just here, bro.
Right.
Wait, did
She's
all
just vibing, and
us-
suddenly she gets the worst headache.
do all of us within 5 feet have to do the thing, or?
Yeah.
No, the thunder thing? No. It's
Okay.
It is.
Okay.
It is just. So Irene, you if you don't do a strength saving throw and you get a if you don't get a 20, then you're gonna be knocked back and prone.
Okay, strength saving throw and I don't get a 20.
Yeah, you gotta
Okay.
beat a 20.
Great. Okay, didn't.
All right. You're going to be knocked back and you're going to be prone, and so it's half your movement
Cool.
to get up. But it is your turn.
Okay.
And as that happens, and
I'm
she
gonna-
takes a damage,
okay.
she's going to look at Chef. He's going to look at Chef and say, "Oh, this one means a lot to you. Then it will be that much sweeter." And he'll say, "Have at it then, Irene."
Erin is gonna end her turn.
You're going to end your turn.
Yeah.
Yo, that's
Excuse
crazy.
you?
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. Why is Irene ending your turn? What's happening?
She doesn't want to attack. She doesn't want to advance.
Awesome. And then he'll move over and he says, "Who's next?" And he'll look. He said, "Oksana, your turn."
My lord.
Attack.
Ew. Is that like an order from him?
No, it's me telling you the turn order with Strahd.
Okay. 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 Can I try to do something funky?
You could try to do something, yeah.
Okay. So with a bonus action, I'm going to expend a spell slot to get back my spent sorcery point. And if I burn all my sorcery points, can I try to cast shield on Calm instead of me?
Is that possible? Or is there a gray area that I
No.
don't know?
I'm
Oh, you're
just trying
bartering?
to do
You're
a
bartering
thing.
with me to do it? To use
I
all your
don't
synergy
know.
points to do it? No. Sorry.
Oh,
You want to shield yourself or what?
Can she? Okay, I'm gonna move. Can't. Calm's in the way.
That's crazy.
Holy shit, y'all are
That's
fucking
a
me
crazy.
up so hard
That's
right
a
now.
crazy thing to say. She's in the way.
I used my one heal of the day on you, motherfucker. She's just going to kneel and like bow her head and just, in an attempt to placate him, just prostrate herself on the ground.
Alright. End your turn.
Yeah, I can't heal. I can't do anything that's gonna
You
make
people
a
get a grip!
difference.
Alright,
We
Rachel.
all got healing
Can you people get
potions!
a fucking
He
grip?
did like 40 damage on someone else's turn.
Rayfield, your turn.
It's all set.
Yeah. So Rayfield's gonna use his ice bottle. His ice push.
Oh,
Where's your
God,
healing
Lord.
No! What the fuck?
You choose
No,
now to
no,
throw ice
no.
cubes?
No, that is not what he's doing. But it is a funny idea. Rayfield is going to use his scrolling first level cure wounds potion on Calm now. And if I roll 20, I heal for the full, right? Judah?
Yeah. If it's a spell,
Okay,
right? You're
rolling
doing the spell version. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I got a 2, so I'm gonna roll for it. That is 2d8 plus spellcasting. Okay. 2d8. That's gonna be 10 plus 2, so 12 health back to Calm.
Awesome.
And could so move and that was his action. Bonus action. So she's on the ground. Could Rayfield
You have help.
Yeah, I have help. That's about it. Could I try to drag her as a bonus action? Grapple if she's like willing, but could I drag her?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Rayfield is going to grab onto Calm, and he is going to hold on, checking. He's going to bonus action or cunning action dash, grab her, move them 30 feet back.
Wonderful.
And he's gonna go in front of her. And could he prepare a reaction to like jump on top of her if Strahd gets
Prepare
near?
a reaction? No.
Yeah,
reactions just work like
Well-
if they meet the reaction thing, you know. If they're-
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
You could just prepare a whole action.
He doesn't have one. He's done.
No, you're right.
Yeah, you have to have the action to prepare it.
Modal, it's your turn. Come on. Let's go. A Dane Cook pay-per-view.
Yeah, that's insane.
Oh my
That's insane.
God.
Dude, leave us alone. You sick monster.
Can I make a persuasion roll?
Hey, you try.
Hmm?
Excuse you?
Yo, let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. We don't have any better ideas. Let him cook.
Chef will turn towards Strahd and say, all right. And he'll kneel and say, what can I say? As Rayfield has said, just a stupid dumb beast, eh? You've proven your point. This beast, he is not used to it, but I suppose you can always teach a dog new tricks, yeah?
No.
I've learned in my place. Now please, leave them be.
Yeah, roll your persuasion.
$16.
Wonderful.
Nice.
He'll say,
That's a good one.
He'll say, no. You seem set in your ways, but it's fine. I'll break you in. Right after I break
Chef
in
will say,
that poor girl's skull.
you can read minds. Go ahead.
Nothing. He said he'll break you in just after he breaks in that poor girl's skull.
He says, you can read minds. Of that I know. Then you can see, then, the ways, though paltry, I have strayed away from the village. They were my family, but even I could see the error in their ways. And you, no doubt, see this as well.
I see another bear folk that I'm going to have to kill. But first I want to take those around you, because I have a feeling it hurts you. Is there anything you want to do?
Did that skill roll take an action?
No, I'll give you that one for free.
Oh, cool. Chef will narrow his eyes and say, one more thing we have in common, Strahd. You are set in your own way as well. I suppose we really can be friends. He will use Giant's Might to grow big.
You'll see Escher begin to do something over at the carriage, and Strahd's going to put up his hand and said, no, I want to see.
Chef will grow big, yes?
Yep.
Chef will say in his giant voice, let me please enlighten me then. Does this look familiar, this phone?
It looks so small to me when you're running.
The chef will smirk a little and say, I suppose I am small compared to your kind. Maybe my kind was too. Maybe this was the result of predators meeting prey, whatever you call it. But Strahd, though I am but an ant in your presence, no, I will protect my friends all the same. And he will attempt to grapple Strahd.
Wonderful. What kind of action are you using to do it?
Wait, hold up. Is this... Okay, that is a bonus action. Is a grapple... That's a regular action, right?
Yeah.
Alright, he will do that, and he will get advantage because of Giant's Might.
Ooh, he would. Except Strahd's going to say, you will try to save your friends. And that bite mark at your neck is going to hurt so bad it's going to absorb your action. And you're going to fall to your knees.
Oh boy, cool.
I'm gonna need anyone else on this team to do something. Lock it!
Anything else?
Please, God, lock it!
Chef?
What's up?
Anything else from me?
God, is there anything else he can do? He will look towards his friends mournfully and say, I'm sorry.
Calm. You hear that from Chef. It's your turn. You're prone. Are you muted?
She's gonna pick herself back up from her spot on the floor. She's gonna rest on her sword, just barely catching her breath. And she looks out to everybody. She just shouts, "We need to run!" I she kind of stumbles onto Rayfield, like holding on to him, and then she'll reach for her pack and drink her healing potion.
You won't get far, Calm. Hello.
Who's that? Modal?
Shut
Modal
up.
died.
Hello.
Hi.
Whatever
Modal.
happened, I just missed all of it. Sorry.
She just said we need to run.
Okay, cool.
Got back up, yelling that the party needs to run, and she's also about to down her potion. Well, no. Yes, actually, yes. I mean, no. Isn't getting back up in action? Not from prone, but like from
No, it takes half your movement.
being dead. From
from being dead?
from not dead, but on the ground.
No.
No, it just
It's
takes
half your movement.
Okay. But yeah, no, she's gonna down her potion. That's a roll, right?
No, you, well, if you're doing it as a bonus action, yes. And you're talking about rolling the health potions thing. The little nat 20 thing is only for spells.
She could use her action to full use it, though, right?
100%.
Yeah. Then yeah, she's going to do that.
Alright. Continue with what you're doing. I just wanted to say out loud, Irene, you're going to be up next after Straw. Anything else from Calm?
You made the call for everybody to run, but that doesn't mean she's running just yet. Not until she probably puts herself in front of Rayfield here now, fully healed from that.
Can Rayfield try to grapple stop her from moving in front of him? Like hold her behind him?
I don't want to allow that.
Okay.
Alright. Anything else?
That's it.
Wonderful. Alright, Strahd's turn. And he'll say... he'll say nothing. He's going to... you're going to see electricity build up at his hands. He's going to finally take it away from his cane. And he says... Maybe you would have had a chance if you started now. and he's going to shoot a lightning bolt straight through Calm and Rayfield. Nobody has counter spells, huh?
No.
No.
Bro, we're level 3.
We're
We're
level
level
3. Counterspell isn't for like
That's a 3rd level spell. It's level 5.
that's a 3rd level spell.
You guys take 31 damage.
Sure. Sure.
How
have
much?
it.
Wait,
Thir-
wait, hold on. How
31
much? Sorry, Judah.
31 lightning damage.
There's no
Okay.
save? Oh, damn.
Oh yeah, you're totally
was
right.
pro-
Sorry. Dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, I'm like,
Ooh,
yeah.
I got +4 on that. Come on now. Come on, baby. That's a 5. Anyone got any inspiration?
I sure do. Take it.
Thank you. Rolling.
I rolled a 3, so.
That's a 17.
Ooh, a
You
seven.
can have my inspiration to re-roll.
Thank you.
It's the least I can do.
Does a
Never
17
mind.
Does a
Oh,
17 pass?
shit.
Judo?
No.
I rolled a 1.
Is that everyone's initiative? Does anyone still have initiative? Or sorry, inspiration?
That's a 31. I believe that's going to down Rayfield and Calm.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Oda wanted to switch characters so bad. Now it's gonna be us switching characters.
Awesome.
Alright, Moto, you're writing my next character. I'm not doing that.
What happened to your lizard full druid?
I haven't. There's nothing. There's nothing. I have literally no plans for backup.
He's going to walk over to Irene, and he is going to put his hand on her forehead, and you're going to see all the blood from her eyes and her body itself is all going to start swelling over to her head. That is going to be a Constitution saving throw from you, Irene. Excuse me?
Sorry, that's an 18.
Nice.
Awesome. That is going to fail.
Rayfield, what? Chris,
You are going to take.
Huh?
You are going to take 20 damage as that blood is going to be pulled from your forehead.
okay, I am downed. Cool.
And then he's going to walk over to Oksana and put it to the back of her head. And you're going to see all the blood from her veins get pulled to the back of her head. Give me a Constitution saving throw, Oksana.
Okay. Oh, that's no glove. I'm gonna use my inspiration. Well, actually, can I cheese it? Yes, I can. So I rolled a 17, plus 2 is 19, and I'm gonna use my favored by the gods to add 2d4.
Nice.
So that brings it to... oh shit. 27.
Wonderful, that passes. You're going to take half damage. You're going to take actually 10. Yay.
Well, I had 4.
Cool. Tubular.
She'll go down. Did I impress him at least? Please!
You just fall. It's almost like maybe you did it to the back of your head as you were bowing. You just fall flat. Choose out. Irina runs. It's just Chef as Strahd walks towards him. Look what you've done. You've killed them all. Again. Everyone around you dead. Not worth the worms in my land. If you could take it all back, would you? Would you save them?
Chef says, in another life, yes. But I wonder I can't help but wonder, Strahd. Would you really have spared them?
And he's gonna put his hands on your head and your face, and he's gonna look down at you. And he's gonna say, maybe. And it's like you blink the longest blink ever, Chef. And you are back where you were when Strahd first put his hands on your head. Everyone move yourself back to where you were. Chef, you see everybody around you is alive, and you're looking at Strahd again, and he says, "Did you learn?"
Chef is just. Oh, is Chef in control of his body now?
Yeah.
Chef is just shaking at the seeming illusion that he just forcibly planted into him. His knees are just quaking. He just sinks to the ground and just stares at the earth underneath him, just absolutely at a loss for words.
He'll let go of you and says, "I think he gets it now." And he'll look at you all, and he'll say, "So, who's up?"
Did we all see this, or just?
Nope, sorry, and I'm forgetting that part. All of you see Chef, and for a moment, Strahd's talking to him. Strahd puts his hands on his face, and then it was maybe a second, and then Strahd lifts his hands off of Chef's face. You see Chef's demeanor completely change in that 1 second, and all of you have not seen it. Only Chef lives in that world where that had happened.
Could Rayfield do an insight check on Chef, perhaps?
I think it's obvious Chef looks fucked up.
Okay. Rayfield is going to grab Oksana real quick.
Fuck off.
No, if she's going, he is gonna try and grapple her.
Do you want to allow?
Right.
Do you want to allow that, Oksana?
No.
Okay. So she won't allow that. She'll just be moving faster than you would have, or else I would have run initiative if she wanted to stop. Oksana.
Yeah, gotcha.
there you go.
Could you try to get in her way somehow? Oh, too late.
You could attempt. You could attempt to have gotten in her way, but I don't
Yeah.
think
Do
Oksana
you
wants
want to initiative roll off or what?
Sure. Let's go for it.
Look,
That's a natural 2, baby. Total of 4.
Yeah, I lost a net 20 to my exhaustion, so it's only a dirty 20.
you have exhaustion?
Maybe.
She's giving up her blood too much.
Oh,
Strahd,
right. I forgot.
Strahd looks at Oksana as she comes forward, and he says, "Let's see if this is worthy of allowing you all to travel." And he will say, "Please, your hair." And he will, put his arm around you to kind of grab your hair and pull it to the side. And he will finally release his fangs and pull you in and bite into your neck. And as he does, you hear him gorging himself like he has never tasted blood before. And he is going to continue to drink and to drink and to drink just until you have 1 HP left. And he will let you go. Oh. Oh. You are special, aren't you? golden one. And he licks his lips, and it's gold. As he does, and you guys see Oksana, and the blood dripping down her neck is gold. And he says, "You may pass for the time until I need my fill again." And he will begin to walk away. Rayfield.
Yes?
As an
My lord.
offering for your respect, I will tell you that you're competing against other baronets. Some seem to want it more than you. I hope you can prove that wrong. And
I don't want this at all. He will say loud enough for everybody to hear this time.
he'll say, "Yet you walk the path. Yet you grip your sword." And he will walk away from you all and step into the carriage. And the carriage will begin to move. And we'll end the session there.